Women's Month. It is a great pleasure to be here this morning at the University of South Africa as the Unisa Women's Forum hold this annual Feroza Lecture, which has been established and running for several years. And as per tradition, today we honor one of the stalwarts of our liberation movement. The democracy we have today, we should never take it for granted. A number of women stood and fought and marched and went to the union buildings and said, "You strike a woman, you strike a rock." Let's play together. You strike a woman, you strike a rock. That is why, as South Africa, we honor women because they were there at the forefront in the beginning and saying that this struggle is our struggle as well. That is why the Constitution of South Africa really also honors women's contribution. Gender equality, women empowerment are part of the central pillars of our society. And this happened precisely because women also took part and fought and contributed to the liberation struggle. Today, we are also joined online by the brother of Mayor Feroza Adam. He was here with us last year. Unfortunately, this year, he was not able to travel to Pretoria, and therefore, he is participating online as the sound people sort out the sound. This lecture, the Feroza Adam lecture, it is very appropriate that for today we have, and of course you'll see them as we introduce them. We are honoring a stalwart of the liberation movement. We are honored to be in the presence of, and she did interviews earlier. Please watch the press, listen to radio, watch on TV. Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Mama Stella ume bakbone. Sukuma bakbone, Mama. Sukuma bakbone. Dr. Dlamini Zuma has served the liberation movement itself and served our government in various capacities, including as Minister of Foreign Affairs, including as Minister of Home Affairs, and also served the continent by being the chairperson of the African Union. Let's say, halala mama halala. Halala mama halala. And she continues to serve our society and showing us, role modeling for us as younger women to say a woman's job is never done. A woman's job is never done. And therefore, we look up to women like her to show us the way, to show us what we need to do as we continue to build our beautiful nation. Mama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma is accompanied, but she said to us, I heard my little ears, sometimes when you're in a room, remember what I told you about holding handbags? Yes. The handbag that I hold puts me in certain rooms. Yeah. And when I'm in those certain rooms, I hear conversations. I heard High Commissioner Mayor Ntincho saying that, or the other way around, VC was saying, thank you for both of you for coming, and Mayor Nkosazana said, Mayor Ntincho was the one who was invited, and she invited me. May I introduce to you the High Commissioner, I think she's back at home, of Namibia, who has also served in many capacities in the liberation movement, in government, Methenjiwe Mtintso. As Unisa, we have received very, very warm reception in the Republic of Namibia when our Vice Chancellor went, precisely because we had people like her on the ground ensuring that the Republic of South Africa is not only well represented, but is also very well received when we are visiting that country. I will not go into a lot of detail introducing the keynote speaker because it's part of the program, but I just want to say, even as we start, that as a young woman, when we were getting started doing the profession, etc., we looked up to the likes of me, Cheryl Carolus. Not only as an activist, not only in the many roles that she played, but also in saying that financial inclusion of women must happen in our lifetime. She is part of the founders of Peutuna Group Holdings, looking very beautiful, bright and red, and she's going to give us a keynote address today. Young women, I'm also young, by the way. I still look young, I know. Those of us younger women, and those even younger than me, we don't have to look far. Here are our role models. Here are the women that are showing us the way. Here are the women that are showing us how it is done and how to continue to lead with dignity and respect, but be a main contributor to our country, the continent, and the world. Also today, there is also Me Yasmin Suka. I know her as a lawyer when I was in human rights law. She was a very active member of the human rights space, held for a number of years, was the head of the Foundation for Human Rights, and she's still very active in society, performing many different roles. As a young lawyer, I looked up to women like her doing the thing, showing us how it should be done. We also have a member of the community, Ms. Solomon, who's here, an author, a community builder, a mentor, an activist. Ms. Solomon, we welcome you. Thank you for being here. Somewhere in the room, we also have a young lion, the young leader where she's standing, sitting, who's on the program, who's also a discussant here as well. Tanya Mulapo, chairperson of Tshwane Regional Office of Unisa SRC. You are welcome. Those then, ladies and gentlemen, are the women that are going. The Reverend Bafana Khumalo, are you in the room? Right here. You see, because he's facing the other way, I had to look around. Ntate Bafana, Reverend Khumalo, is someone I know very well in the Saudi circles. He's also one of our speakers today. We also have, I saw them looking beautiful somewhere in green. The students, the pupils from Greyside High School Cultural Dancers will be here also entertaining us. This lecture is a combination, ladies and gentlemen. It also includes the award ceremony that will follow soon after we have completed the business of listening to our speakers of today, serenading us, encouraging us, and letting us know, and continue to encourage us to keep the struggle going to ensure women empowerment and gender equality. We have 4 interpreters present here in the room. Language interpreters. We have Me Yula. Where are you? Beautiful. Welcome. You see, now I'm learning. How do you say welcome? Please show me. Welcome. 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 We are learning every day. Thank you so much. We also have Me Nicoline Dutoit somewhere in the room. May I see her? To wave. Beautiful. Thank you and welcome. We have Me Ngobile. There also, welcome. We also have, Messi Kakane. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to invite, and of course, we were serenaded by Ntate Angelo earlier, keeping us ready and making us dance. May we move straight to the meditation that is going to be delivered by Dr. Mamajoro Palatsishilubana. The meditation, is she here? Oh, they're coming. Thank you, ma'am. She is in the program. Please look out her profile on the program.
Good morning. Good morning. Greetings to the program director, the principal and vice chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, all the executive deans who are here present and who are represented, the HODs, the leadership of the Unisa Women's Forum, the South African Women in Dialogue, esteemed guests, all present and all protocol observed. On this day, right at the beginning of the Women's Month, and as we commemorate the memory of Ms. Feroza Adams, and in addition, as we commemorate, and in addition, as we celebrate the excellence of women, it is befitting to start this great session with a moment to reflect on who we are as women and as African women, and especially as Unisans. Borrowing from the words of Sinki Dlanga, may I just take this moment to remind us who we are and to urge us to ponder on the same. You are Lillian Ngoyi. You are the rock on which freedom stands. You are Wangari Mutai. You are unbowed. You are Alec Work. Your dark beauty reflects the injustices of war, but it defies poverty, inequality, and gender-based violence. You are Ghana Gorilla. Your voice is fire. It makes every African girl heard. You are Mariam Makeba. You have the ear of the president. Your songs are mightier than any army. You are the queen of Kush and the queens of Egypt. You restore the ruins and make things better than before. You are the warrior, queen, Nzinga. You say no to slavery. With your wit, you outsmart the mightier armies. You are a history-shifting visionary. You are Mandela's mother. You are an African woman. Above all else, you are God's creation, fearfully and wonderfully made in the image of the Almighty God. In all the challenges we face, all the hurdles that we have to jump, we still remain standing and conquering in the different spheres of life. We arise, we march on, impacting the lives of those around us. May we never stop advocating for Mother Earth. May we never stop advocating for all her children. May our voices continue reverberating in the different spaces, big or small, that we are in. May our presence be the light that brightens the dark corners that we at times are forced to be in. May we take this moment just to bow our heads, to calm our spirits, and to quieten our hearts as we reflect on the gift that we are and the gift that we carry as women in Africa, as women in the world. May we ponder on that and just thank God for who He is. Let us pray. Dear God, our Father, and the Father of our forefathers, we are grateful. Be with us, bless us, strengthen us, and protect us. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen and amen. Women are very spiritual beings. May I, with not much ado, call our Vice Chancellor, our mother, to welcome us this morning under the theme, HerStory, Navigating and Resisting Entrenched Change. Let's give her a round of applause. Woohoo!
Thank you. Good morning. Sanbonan, Afshin, Lochani, Malani, Kgorong, Dumelang. Good morning. Yes, thank you very much. I don't know, Dr. Tom seems to have woken up on the right side of bed. She has a lot of energy, so let me thank her for inviting us. Let me also recognize and extend our appreciation for we are very fortunate, we who are in this event, for being amongst the people who themselves were in the trenches of the pursuit for freedom, for justice, and for our society. Can I request again that we give a round of applause to Menko Sazana, Ne Cheryl, Ne Tinju and Tinso. If you are a social scientist or a historian or a feminist scholar, and you don't know their contribution to the work of this country, of this continent, and of the world, then we at Unisa will have failed ourselves. And I therefore request that we rethink our scholarship. Therefore, colleagues, our eminent speaker, Ms. Cheryl Karulas, Executive Chairperson of Petuna Group Holdings and former South African High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, former Chairperson of the African Union, former Cabinet Minister and ANC-NEC member. I like the applause. I like it when we honor the women who have taught us not one thing, multiple things. So let us be generous with our appreciation. Thank you. Ambassador Tenju Mtinso, an award-winning recipient of 2025 O.R. Tambo Lifetime Achievement, and our former ambassador of Namibia, of Spain, who has really been an anchor and a supporter of many women leaders, including myself. Can I request a round of applause? Let us also recognize our SRC, Ms. K. Mutale, the Councillor of the City of Tshwane, Professor Mbata, the Chairperson of Unisa Women's Forum, and all other executive members of the Women's Forum. I also recognize that the past President of the Women's Forum, Professor Mahanu, is also here. So can we give Professor Mbata a round of applause and Mahanu. Mr. Wahid Adam, the brother of late Feroza Adam, joining virtually. We're quite appreciative that last year you were with us. Ms. Mama Joro Palazzi Shilubani, postdoctoral fellow, Research Institute of Theology, College of Humanities. Mayor Yasmin Suka, lawyer, activist, Reverend Bafana Kumalo, co-executive director, co-founder, and member of SAWID board. We come a long way with Muruti Bafana. We were young people in the ecumenical movement in the SACC. So the work that he championed by creating one of the first centers around women, around gender justice, is something that we need to commend him for, including as being the Commissioner on Gender Equality in our country. Can we give him also a round of applause? And of course, Mayor Yasmin Suka, Dr. Tong has already told us about the role you have played in reminding us about the imperative for our Constitution, human rights, and not relenting on fighting for what is just, what is right, and what is needed. So can we give a round of applause? And we have met Karen Solomon, author, writer, passionate leader of development, a practitioner, a coach, a mentor, a teacher. Can I also request a round of applause? Finally, colleagues, let me request that we recognize all of you who are in this meeting, our students, our academicians, our administrative and professional staff, the media fraternal, our esteemed members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Unfortunately, I could have tried to cut short the table of precedence, but we have 3 or 4 people in here who have served as ambassadors And this notion of all protocol observed, they don't take it kindly because it's not good for protocol. So I apologize if that was long. Let me start by saying it is always a privilege in this important month, the Women's Month, when we gather together to reflect as a university community, but also with our partners, SAWID, and all other institutions that are progressive, that are committed to co-constructing futures where women's voices, where girls, where our futures and where our lives are quite centered and become important areas or arena of imagining the present as we also do the past. I'm also appreciative that as a university, we've taken Feroza Adam as a key rallying and anchor point for our deliberations on the Women's Month, for looking at how this important woman who was participating in the anti-apartheid movement, who was a young activist, who was one of the young parliamentarians at the dawn of our democracy, would have contributed to our lives, to our present, and to our futures. And I think this rallying point of identifying her as a repository, as an agent, as a champion, and as an anchor for us as women to reflecting around our own contributions in the current context as we do the areas that still require our investment, including in the partnership with progressive men, become important. I also would like to acknowledge and reaffirm what Dr. Tong has already said, to say we who are here are very fortunate because many leaders who have gone on to form the democratic dividend that we so much cherish and celebrate are here with us. But we reflect on their histories, on what they have built, on the scars that they carry because they dared to speak out and to say women and young girls must be agents of social change. Are we as university celebrating the women who are pathfinders and champions of what is new and what demonstrate the capacities, capabilities, and the integrity of women in leadership? I'm quite appreciative, therefore, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, that although you would have led many progressive changes in the country, that this continent appreciated your work. It appreciated your contribution to institutional building, to ensuring that Africa's value systems are quite strong, to ensuring that multilateral systems continue to benefit society. And this is quite important in the context where the geopolitical contradictions are very clear and where Africa's voices are muted. Under your leadership, the African continent used to work as a group. It used to speak with justice. It used to create humanizing agenda. In the Agenda 2063 that you developed for the continent, we are still proud that you reminded us that it is through our collective contribution and working together as a continent that this continent will not go to others with a begging bowl, but it will use its own biotic natural resources on land, above land, in the water, as it is in the skies. So let's give her a round of applause. If you don't know Agenda 2063, I encourage you to do so. But Mayor Tenjiwe Mtinso, we don't know you only as an ambassador, as a former leader in Spain, in Namibia, in Cuba, and everywhere else. We also know you as a champion of languages, one who speaks multiple languages, colleagues, not just our languages. You cannot gossip in Spanish. You cannot gossip in Portuguese. We cannot gossip in French, because when Mam Tenjiwe takes interviews, she speaks all South African languages as she would those languages I'm telling you about. What does it mean for universities where we say African languages must be languages of science, of technology, of transformation, not just of talking? I think you bring a lot of resources that we should take. But for me, your journey was more interesting for me, your student agitation. And I think for most historians, if we were to dig deeper and reflect on your conversation with Mayor Thandi Modise, on what it meant to be right in the, not in the just advocacy, right in the war, fighting for this liberation, we're quite appreciative for the role that we've played, and we think it must be honored. And therefore, Mayor Cheryl, I'm quite appreciative that you've also conjoined the economic emancipation with the political emancipation, and there are many lessons for us to learn. How do we ensure that as women who would have agitated for freedom in our country, in the world, also ensure that the democratic dividend translates into economic transformation? These are the critical key lessons that I hope we learn. Let me say, I have a speech, it's very long, and because we have started late, I will request that we put it in the website. But I will speak from my heart and say to us, in this month, in 2025, when we celebrate women, when we celebrate this month, when we celebrate the policy imperatives that empower us as universities, as societies, as governance, as private sector, public sector, and other sectors, it's very important that the lessons that our forebears would have undergone become important points for us never to repeat or for us to learn from. The second aspiration that I'd like to share with you is that the women who led the freedom reminded us that the personal was political, that it was never the personal agenda of it is our time that became the philosophy that rallied their work. But it was this idea that the emancipatory project, the humanizing philosophy of Africa, the idea of Ubuntu, that we're inextricably bound to one another, and therefore for women, when we lead, we must include men, we must include children, we must include progressive ideas, philosophies, strategies, and decisions, is an important imperative. Because in our leadership, we don't want to mimic patriarchy that undermines the integrity of others, but we want to create that emancipatory project. I think this is a point that I'd like to share. The third point that I think is quite important perhaps comes from the lessons some of us would have experienced as we lead the university or as we lead multiple institutions. That when you've been given an opportunity to being the first, the idea is not just to celebrate being the first. Yes, we appreciate that you might have helped to obviate or to kill the ceiling. Is that what they call it? The glass ceiling, to break the glass ceiling. It's not adequate, leaders, when you're the first, just to gloat on the idea of being the first. Because if we do so, then the mission, the vision that our forebears had about this country and the continent that should not be a beggar in the marketplace of international relations will be reduced to just women, no matter their political posture, being what we fight for. We don't fight for women just to be in places of leadership or in spaces of power for the sake of being just beautiful. It's okay to be beautiful. But we agitate and fight and advocate for for women to lead, because the philosophies they engender must be emancipatory, must be attentive to the fault lines of the democracy that we've inherited, and therefore must be the agents of change and social change, even when it's difficult, even when they're insulted, even when they're minimized, or even when the work that they do is not affirmed. The idea is never to look to be affirmed, but the idea is to allow the facts to speak for themselves about the transformative impulse that we engender. And I invite women, especially women student leaders, women professional leaders, women academicians, and women in society to realize that the development of vision of agenda, but also of this idea and the opportunities that we've been given, are to ensure that our agency is not just for our personal benefit, but for societal benefit, and that we must build institutions. In 2021, when I joined the University of South Africa, there was a strong euphoria about the university having appointed a woman academic and a leader. But as soon as we joined, there were contradictions. The first month of joining, I was having to go to court to account for Unisa not complying with the enrollment management of the university for the last 10 years. I'd just been here for 2 months. As a woman, did I say, oh no, I wasn't here for 10 years, so I don't know? No. You then say, what does this mean for building a university? The second thing is, I was taken to court by students to say, no, we want you to enroll all of us. In the past, it was well known that the university takes you because you have potential, you have the credentials, you're willing to participate and to learn. But when women come, then there are assumptions. Then there was this thing about curtains, where, because, no, colleagues, I'm not joking, where because you are a woman leader, then you're domesticated in the same way that patriarchy defines us and the roles that we play. But what was not shared was the fact that the academic and the scientific agenda of the university was quite a rallying point for the change, grammar, culture of this university. And equally, the idea that our mothers have taught us, that when we lead institutions, as when we lead our families, we must ensure that the sustainability, including sustainability into the future. They talked about curtains, they did not talk about the 15.5 or 15.7 billion that we would have created as sustainability. So, these lessons, colleagues, remind me that these leaders that I've requested that we honor and we respect, in memory of Feroza Adam, they've gone through those scars. They've been humiliated. They were under, even as we knew that when Nkosazana was responsible for home affairs, that it was efficient, it was functional, it allowed our society to organize and to plan for the future. We will look for nonsensical information that erodes that imperative. We will even look for information that undermines the very progressive change she would have made in the African Union. And it is my call and my request to us as Unisa and those who are here to learn, to celebrate, and to drink from our wells, as the great feminist scholar would have invited us. Audre Lorde says, we must drink from our own wells. We must learn from our forebears. We must not mimic others. For doing so, we will lose our dignity and we will lose the mission that we have to play as leaders in the different iterations of work that we do. Finally, the spirit of Feroza, the spirit of the leaders of the 1956, the spirit of leaders such as Mantatisi, the key leader, the leaders prior during Tifakane, when Shaka, when Sobuza and others were being highlighted, these are the women that we must hold on to, because they're the women who remind us that the world cannot function if we as women do not contribute, do not hold the knife, and do not agree to be the agents of change. And therefore, with this Women's Day, I want to welcome you to Unisa, the home of leaders, the university of the land, the university committed to shaping futures and to co-constructing emancipatory futures with all of you and with our society through knowledge, through education, through writing, and through the formation of youth and young adults as intellectuals in our society and in the world. Welcome.
Yes, yes, and yes. Thank you so much, VC. Oh, you want to do that now? No problem. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, VC. Thank you, VC. And sorry for those few moments of further consultation with the planning team. Vice Chancellor, maybe and understand in your, and yes, let me of course acknowledge Prof. Mahanu here. I'm looking right in her face and acknowledge the work she has done in leading women and leading Women's Forum prior to the current leadership. Vice Chancellor, am I allowed to say it because I know what is in your speech? Vice Chancellor is very modest. Today's theme says HerStory, navigating and resisting entrenched change. What you saw in the press, in the public, is not even a quarter of what she had to endure as a woman who came into an institution to change it. I think most of the time we interact with people in the public, but they are human beings. I'm even getting emotional. Let me not go too far. The point I want to make is, when women take leadership, they face insurmountable odds. And our Vice Chancellor endured a lot. A lot. And yeah, those who were closer to the process have seen her strength throughout that process. Yeah, I'm getting emotional. Let's move along. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to the next point on the agenda. And we move to the keynote address. Let me check with the team. Do I move straight? I'm aware of the time. Thank you. Yes, because I'm aware of the time pressures of our keynote speaker. May I quickly ask Dr. Vandenberg to introduce her, and then for our keynote speaker to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. They say it's very dangerous to clap before you hear the speaker speak, but thank you for clapping. Good morning to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, all our distinguished guests, our panel discussants. Thank you so much for coming, our Sawidian sisters, all our EXCO, UWF EXCO members, and all colleagues from Unisa in attendance, both physical and online. It is an honor to welcome you today to this keynote to the keynote address. I'm going to introduce to you a woman whose remarkable career and unwavering commitment to justice, development, and transformation have left an indelible mark, not only on South Africa, but around the world. Last year, we had the honor and the privilege of having the late Feroza Adam's brother here, Mr. Wahid Adam. And when I spoke to him about this year's event, without missing a beat, he suggested that I please contact Ms. Cheryl Carolus, who was a very close and very dear friend to the late Feroza Adam. Now, this tiny little lady who will deliver our keynote address today, when I spoke to her over the phone, I first had to write emails to say, please provide me with your bio. And then she said, but you were provided with my bio. I said, yes, ma'am, thank you so much. But I think we are in possession of a shortened version of your bio. And she said, no, you have the correct version of my bio. I'm not in favor of long, convoluted introductions. So, without further ado, let me introduce to you our keynote speaker for today. Ms. Cheryl Carolus is a name synonymous with leadership, resilience, and purpose. As the executive chairperson of Peona Group Holdings, a proudly women-owned and managed company, Ms. Carolus exemplifies a business philosophy rooted in empowerment. Not only does Peona create value, but it gives back, reinvesting 2/3 of all its profits into the very communities that it draws its workforce from. Now, that is really commendable. And these investments go into education and enterprise development, laying the foundations for generational impact. Ms. Carolus also brings with her deep insight and governance experience to boardrooms across multiple sectors. She currently serves as non-executive chairperson of Grindrod Limited, and she sits on the board of major companies such as De Beers. Her previous leadership roles include chairperson of Goldfields Limited, chairperson of the board of SAA, and directorship with Mercedes-Benz SA, Investec Limited, and Investec PLC. But her influence really extends far beyond corporate leadership. Ms. Carolus, together with the late Feroza Adam, played a significant role in South Africa's liberation struggle, working closely with the late Ntate Nelson Mandela and helping to shape the democratic constitution that we so value today. She has served as South Africa's High Commissioner to the UK, as CEO of South African Tourism, and as chairperson of the South African National Parks Board, contributing to our nation's diplomacy, development, and natural heritage. Now, beyond just the government and business, Ms. Carolus is a committed social activist, and her work with organizations such as the International Crisis Group, Soul City, World Wildlife Fund, the British Museum, and the Cyberspace Institute reflects a deep global commitment to justice, peace, and sustainability. In 2014, her contributions were internationally recognized when she was awarded the French National Order of Merit by the government of France, a fitting honor for someone who continues to stand as a beacon of ethical leadership, integrity, and transformation. She's also an advocate for gender equity, the rule of law, and anti-corruption, principles that we urgently need to uphold in today's world. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage a leader of remarkable vision, substance, and humanity, Ms. Cheryl Carolus. Thank you.
Igama lama kosi kasi malibongwe. Igama lama kosi kasi malibongwe. 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 Thank you. Thank you. I want to respect the leader of this august institution. Our Vice Chancellor told us that we are running very late and we should all minimize. Now, some of you may agree with my family and a lot of other people that I actually can't sing. Well, you just heard me sing, right? And it's one of the things about growing older in life, is just being able to do the things you love to do. And I cannot stand here in front of you on our hard-won National Women's Day and not pay tribute to the women. Yes. So, Vice Chancellor, I am terribly sorry to take up, but I did abbreviate it, so there's a compromise in there. Thank you, my sister. Good morning, everyone. Yes. And especially warm greeting, Wahid, online, to you and the family. You as a family have in fact always shared Feroza with us. During a lifetime, and even now in a memory, you continue to share her with us. And we thank you for that. I also want to thank the sisters who organized today's function for honoring this remarkable human being called Feroza Adam. And I want to thank you also for giving me the privilege to be here today to celebrate with you. I want to just maybe say to you, I love Women's Day. And on Women's Day, we even do naughty things like we give our men a run for their money. Yes. You know, and I think we should also say to them, just relax. As they often like to tell us, relax. When they say terrible things or do terrible things, just relax, chill. Why are you so strident? Well, now we want to say to them, just chill. Some of our best friends are men. I mean, I even married a man, you know. He has sadly left us. I still love him. So even though we used to tease him ruthlessly on Women's Day, and Feroza and I, it was one of the special things in our life, was in fact just to give these men of ours a wonderful run for their money on these days. But I must also express my discomfort with this notion that we are forever girls. I'm not a girl. I'm not a doll. And in fact, that's why I have a great discomfort to sometimes reduce Women's Day to a spa day, a girl's day. Now, you know, I think we should be kind to ourselves, and it's something we're very bad at doing as women. But I, on Women's Day, refused to have it reduced to that, and so I want to say thank you again to Unisa, to Sawit, and to the Women's Forum for organizing this in a way where we remember our triumphs and our tears that brought us to where we are today. I also want to thank the VC for referring to the history of the day. And I want to maybe elaborate on it. Because as the VC, and in fact Program Director, you'd indicated, good people in general, but especially good women, do not take enough time to remember what it cost to build what we take for granted today. And just to remind us, we know this, but I'm going to say it nevertheless. On that day, 20,000 women, in the face of opposition, even to their own menfolk, got themselves organized and got themselves to Pretoria to hand over petitions to, in fact, say no to the pass laws, which was already causing havoc in our families because of what it did to men. The indignity, the division, and the exploitation that built another layer on. I think we know the history, I'm just repeating it. But I also want to repeat that on that day, the women, our mothers, our comrades, were actually Lillian Goy, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Sophie de Bruin. And Sophie de Bruyn is the only one still surviving, and may the other souls rest in peace. But they went there with us, and they went to go and hand this over to the then Prime Minister, called Strydom. Well, Strydom, first, like many of the men, even in my own organization, in the ANC, they didn't believe these women could actually pull this off. But the women came with their babies, and they were there. And I always remember Mom Helen Joseph used to revel in the story about how the women stood there and they sang Nkosi Sikelel Africa. And then there was silence. They just stood silently. And then the cry of a baby pierced that silence. And she said it just made all of them understand why they were there. That we could not allow oppression to go unchallenged for the sake of our children. But then the women went to Strydom's office to give him the petition. And when they got there, he had run away. This man was such a coward. He was scared of the women and babies. He ran away. Well, a month later, Strydom passed. Now, I'm not going to say may his soul rest in peace. He did too many terrible things. But he passed. And then I'll never forget, in the year 2000, when the new millennium happened, there was this big statue of Strydom there in Church Square in Pretoria. And it was on top of what had now become an underground garage. And this thing of Strydom, the whole street just collapsed and it crashed to pieces inside this underground parking. Now you know, my mothers, my sisters, my comrades, there is a sort of almost comical irony about this because of that song that says, Watinta bafazi, watinti mbokodo, usakufa. Right? Don't mess with the women, Strydom. Yes. You run away, you continue with your pass laws, and then even your statue just disappears and crumbles. You will be crushed. So I think it's nice for us to remind ourselves about this. And I think it's important for us to remember that Feroza Adam was a most remarkable human being. She was a much-loved daughter, sister to her family, a loyal, fun person to all of us who were friends, and a highly respected leader and comrade to all of us in the struggle. Her death still today fills us with a great amount of sadness and a sense of loss, because she had so much that she had to give still, and she had so much that lay ahead in her own quest for fulfilling her dream of full freedom of the people of South Africa and the world. Now we gather at a time, it's important to remember that it's a time when the world is a very troubled place. We see the obliteration and the brutal destruction of many hard-won gains all over the world. But it's also important that as we gather today, in celebration of Feroza, that we gather to reflect and recall and to draw inspiration from her life. So I wish to shine a light on the achievements of women through the example of our beloved Feroza. Because we could become so overwhelmed by the challenges and the horror stories that we can forget the enormous strides that have been made and the enormous victories that we have in fact won in the face of huge challenges and often at great personal cost, including the lives of many who stood up. And it's important to remember our triumphs and our tears on our journeys, because today there's significant pushback to destroy the gains of our movement, the gains of Democrats and feminists, And in particular, we must resist these. But there's also a lot of attempts to rewrite history and to write women and their contributions out of it. And I think it's important for us to remember that South Africa today has a constitution that is widely held as one of, if not the very best, but we're very modest as African people, so we will just say one of the best, okay? But I think we know that it's the best constitution in the world. A constitution that has in it as a basis for modern democracy where freedom, justice, solidarity, equality, and prosperity for all as the basis for lasting peace is enshrined in our Constitution. The Bill of Rights contained in the Constitution maps out the basic human rights that every human being living in South Africa should have a right to. Our Constitution is underpinned by laws and policies which my sisters, many of my sisters here today, have in fact been part of writing. But we know that we are not only a long way off from achieving the realization in full of our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, or all the laws that we have here. We find ourselves not only still with a long road ahead of us, but we find ourselves in a place where the parliament that Feroza and the comrades in that first democratically elected parliament so carefully, so lovingly, and so painstakingly built is being disrespected and undermined on a daily basis. I am still shocked, and I will never accept that members of parliament can behave in the way that some do inside that parliament. The way they speak and the way they behave is shocking, and we should not accept that. And of course, at the brunt of this often are women parliamentarians who are abused verbally and sometimes physically by thugs. So what is to be done? And I want us to start off by looking again at what we have achieved and how we have achieved that. And Feroza's life is a great testament to this. Feroza challenged assumptions that we were to develop ethnic identities. Whilst proud of her heritage, she believed that we were stronger for being united in our diversity. She challenged notions that any religion or faith could be used to ascribe to human beings that they were to accept a life of hardship based on inequality on the basis of the hope for a better life in heaven. She stood firm on full equality for all, regardless of the color of their skins, regardless of the sex they were born with, regardless of how much money they possessed. She was at the forefront of building non-racial community organizations across group area boundaries. She helped to build interfaith organizations where people of faith stood up against the immorality of apartheid. She understood that building this was only possible through building strong organizations based in communities. In particular, Feroza chose to build strong community-based women's organizations, which was where our friendship and our camaraderie was born and nurtured until her death. Feroza was a feminist. I too am a feminist, and I make no apologies for that. And we can discuss this later. Women in the democratic movement, like Sis Nkosazana, Sis Tenji, Feroza, and myself, we resisted patriarchy. No one could make us complicit in our own oppression and exploitation in whatever forms, be it in our homes, in our society, or even in the organizations we belong to. we would still find that sometimes there's an expectation that we should go and make the tea. Well, I almost routinely, as a matter of principle, always refuse to make tea for men who expect me to make tea for them. I love making tea for people. But I just refuse with certain kinds of men. And through the women's movement, we built strong, confident, capable women leaders who could stand shoulder to shoulder as equals with our menfolk in the struggle for our freedom. We created space for women's contributions to be recognized and valued. We fought for women to occupy their rightful place at the tables of decision-making in our organizations and subsequently in the constitution-making process. And it wasn't a given, and it certainly wasn't easy. We were determined that the voices and the needs of women be heard in shaping the future we want, and that we would not be discarded when we were free and relegated back to the kitchen. And I'd like to read a quote of Feroza's as contained in another wonderful feminist writer's work, Shamim Mir, the daughter of the late Mama Fatima Mir. And I quote Feroza, "It is important for us to unite women committed to a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic South Africa. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in the same situation as women from other countries in the post-liberation era. After having struggled together with their men for liberation, women comrades found their position had not changed. We need to assert our position as women more strongly now than ever before, and we can only do that as a unified voice. And to do this, we believed then, as I still do today, that we need strong women's organizations. And I'm happy to discuss this more in the discussions later. But I want to wish the Unisa Women's Forum and SAWIT, the two sister organizations organizing our gathering here today, all the very best, because we need you. And I know there are always debates of, do we need a separate women's organization? Yes, we do. And I want to just use examples of how this was so important. So now we have fought for, we've brought the apartheid government to the knees, they're ready to talk to us, they're still killing people, they're arming all sorts of dodgy people, but we now have the opportunity to start to organize elections and so on. And then we knew we had to start preparing for that constitution. And women, led by the women in the ANC, we went and reached out to women in all the other political parties to in fact join us. And we formed the Women's National Coalition. Because we knew no matter what our different parties were, we voted for and we fought for our right to go and vote for freely. But there were certain things in common that we wanted for ourselves, that we wanted for our children, and that we wanted for our country. And so we formed the Women's National Coalition, and we went province to province, and we held hearings. And we said to all of our leaders, come, tell us, what are you going to do about the following things? Don't read your manifesto to us. Just tell us, what are you going to do about the indignity of maintenance that women have to live through? What are you going to do about the laws of succession? What are you going to do about property rights and the status of women? And they had to, in fact, give us credible answers. And then we made sure that we organized specific voter education programs for women. We took booths, we showed women, we said, no one can see who you're voting for. If your husband or your father says to you, or the chief says to you, you must vote for this one, you just say, yes, of course. You know? When you're in that booth, you vote for the people who will bring you what you want and what you need. You organize for it. You don't just let yourself sit in a corner and be miserable. No, here's your chance to in fact write your future. And that's why as women, we need to stand together as women and organize ourselves as women, even today, to make sure that those things become real. Then when we went to Parliament, my sister leaders here will remember, we suddenly realized, so we had, and let me just remind you, that we would not have had the number of women in Parliament, and even today, if it wasn't for the ANC. We all look at all the wrongdoing, and it's easy to, in fact, but we forget to recognize certain things. It was the women in the ANC who insisted that in the negotiations process, at least, and we said at least 50% of the negotiators had to be women. And some of the men got scared, even in the ANC, because only 2 people were allowed to vote. We were 14 parties, and there was lots of working groups and so on. But now when you had to vote, this is going in the interim constitution, and that is going to be rejected, or that needs some more work. The 2 people there were just 2 people. And if 50%, heavens forbid, if one of them is a woman, oh my word. Well, we won it. We won that, right? Because we organized across all the parties. Then when we had to go to Parliament, we had to get our list together now. The women in the ANC decided to make a big thing of this. And I'm sure Sis Nkosazana and Sis Tenji, you will remember that conference. The late Comrade Joe Slover was chairing this session. And he got exhausted because we would not let go. And I still see Feroza. And you know, those of us who knew Feroza, she was just so glamorous. And she was like in some off-the-shoulder dress and an impossible pair of high heels. And she was running around there. And we were caucusing. And we were not letting go of this thing. We said, no, we want at least 1/3 of the ANC's list must be women. And of course, you know, there was some resistance, but I'll never forget. There was some, I'm from the Cape Flats, right? So we speak a lot of Afrikaans. But there was some from Namakwa land where they speak Afrikaans all the time, but in a lot of swear words as well. I'm sure if there are people here from Namakwa land, I mean, there's like just a lot of swearing words. But this was sitting there. And eventually, he just walked over to Comrade Joe Slover, and he said, who was the chair of the session, he said to him in Afrikaans, you know, let's just say the Afrikaans alternate. He said, man, kom ons gee maar vir hulle alles. Ek is moeg nou. Let us just give them everything. But then we did a last thing. Because when it came to now, so now we all had our elective conferences. I don't know about the other parties, but the ANC certainly had. So we had a list. But then the ANC, the women in the ANC also realized, look here, this is not, what we're doing here could be a problem because we were going for proportional representation. And so, guess what? The women obviously end up right at the bottom of the list. And so we said, no. If we want 1/3, then every third name on the list must be women. Must be a woman. And I remember in my province of the Western Cape at the time, it was quite remarkable that they had to then sit and actually say, no, comrades, we need more women on the list. If we didn't have that mechanism of saying 30% had to be women. And when we sat and we had to submit our list and order who's who in the list and the order, we now had to say, because guess what, we realized that of course, like in the Western Cape province where I was, it's only when they said, oh my heavens, we don't have enough women on this list here, this is not going to pass muster now at the national conference, so they put on women. And you know what? I say to this day still, not one of those women who were elected was a token useless person. In fact, look at Parliament today still. Who are the people who are sleeping or behaving badly or not earning their money? It's not the women, I can tell you. You look at the chairs of committees, you look at the ministers in the cabinets, you look at how they conduct themselves and what work they get done. So this notion that, This thing about percentages is going to now mean there's token women going to parliament. There are more token men in parliament to this day than there are token women. Every woman in parliament has earned a place, although some of them behave very badly, and I think people like that give women a bad name, but be that as it may. So I want to just say that we need to consistently organize. And I say this because as we are, as women and as a country, we find ourselves that we're proud of what is contained in our constitution, but we also find that laws like the Employment Equity Act, the LRA, the Legal Relations Act, the Labor Relations Act, various affirmative actions, policies and laws are now being resisted and are coming under very serious attack. We find people going to America. We find all kinds of people who are saying, we must now stop this. This is just nonsense. Well, you know what? For me, affirmative action is not a sort of act of generosity. It's a historical corrective. And we should not allow this to go. And that is why we need to be vigilant. We need to build and rebuild organizations that build, mobilize, and campaign. But I want to address myself to you as my sisters here. We also need to make ourselves available to serve in leadership positions, be it in your departments, your faculties, be it on the University Council, be it in the commissions established for various purposes in our country and globally, in Africa, be it even in government at different spheres, because some of you may have heard me say this before, but we have to make ourselves available and we have to find women to do it. I find often when I go to a woman and I say, I want you to stand as the chair of the company or the chair of the audit. They say, no, I'm not ready yet, Cicero, I'm not ready yet. And I say, when I put you up for failure, I nominate you, I want to nominate you because I know your capability. I will build you when I think you still need to be built because I come from a women's organization and a tradition of building. I am who I am today because from my grandmother, my mother, Mama Hihlangu, Mildred Lesia, Auntie Farida, all those people, they held me, they pushed me when I wasn't ready to make my first public speech. They were the people who did that. And we have to do that. But that means we must make ourselves available. And as I said, why must we also make ourselves available? And this is what you've heard me say before. Democracy isn't a spectator sport. No. You can't sit there and watch this horror story unfold in front of you. Another thing which I detest is this thing called, when people talk about service delivery, it is complete nonsense. And it's often poor service. No, it is poor performance. You should get fired for poor performance. Why should we say we are complaining about service delivery? And then, to take this point about democracy is not being a spectator sport. We always sit and then we wait and then we get cross because they haven't delivered our services to us. How many of us are active in the structures? How many of you, my academic sisters, my highly accomplished sisters, actually make sure that you input into the legislation that comes to Parliament to, in fact, impact on education broadly, but on universities? How many of you, in fact, put up your hand to serve in those institutions? So believe me, you will make mistakes. And you know why? Because only people who do something will make mistakes. It's those who have a fat lot to say who never make mistakes because they just sit there on their bums and they do nothing. So don't be afraid of that. And of course, you must fix your mistakes and acknowledge that when you have them. When those come and shout at you because of mistakes you've made, just ignore them. Be like Feroza. Be humble and acknowledge your mistakes and most importantly, learn from them and from each other. And I want to just say that, building something, getting in there and getting messy and making mistakes, but building according to your noble vision is very exciting and inspirational. And that is why I believe people of my generation and my sisters here, and people don't even know half the things about Sistenji or Sis Nkosazana. People don't know that Sis Nkosazana was the deputy president of SASO, the organizations of Steve Biko. No one knows there was a woman. Everybody knows Bra Steve. They also don't know about Sistenji and some of the things that she has done. And we don't talk about it. And that's why, VC, I respect you. Because when we're sitting in big gatherings, we don't acknowledge people enough for the things that they have done. We remember the mistakes they have made. So I believe people of my generation, of my age, are a very lucky generation. And I'm 67, so I'm a baby compared to my sisters here. I'm a mere 67 years old. But, we are old enough to have experienced and lived through the horrors and the cruelty, not of institutionalized racism, but of legalized racism and the bigotry of apartheid. So we should not let anyone ever try to take us back there, because we know where we come from. And so we have to remember that, and that's why my generation will not stand back and look at what's happening in Gaza or in the Sudan and be silenced. We can't, because we have lived through that. But my generation can also say, we can say this truly, we were there. We brought that apartheid monster to its knees. We didn't destroy it, but we brought it to its knees. And we paid the price for it. My generation, those of us who are still alive, are also lucky to be able to say, we lived through it, we defeated it, and now we are also lucky to be young enough. 67 is young enough. Look at us. We are young enough to have the opportunity, and this is what I find why I say it's exciting to have the opportunity to be part of building a different future out of the ashes of the past. And that is why many of us to this day still remain active in fighting inequality, in fighting injustice, in fighting abuse of powers or resources by elites. We are also active in consistently building institutions. We're not just fighting and breaking down. We're also building institutions that defend and build democratic institutions and assert the rule of law. It's very important, which again is why I salute those of you who are involved in trade union structures, in women's organizations, in student organizations, in research bodies, even in tedious faculty structures. Thank you. Those are important cornerstones of civil society to ensure that our beautiful constitution and laws become a reality, and that it's not abused or reversed. And these should be built to be institutions of joy that are not just seen as watchdogs, waiting for institutions to make mistakes. Instead of being weapons of war, our organizations, the civil society movements, instead of them being weapons of war against wrongdoing, they should be seen as tools of reconstruction. And SAWID is a great example of this. Bringing half the population, because we are more than half actually as women. SAWID, I don't know, any of you don't know the work of SAWID, please go and check it out. It's Southern African Women in Dialogue. They bring together women, that's half of every community, who have been beaten badly through wrongdoing of those in powers then and today still, whether xenophobia or whatever. SAWID brings women together in dialogue to confront the painful past, and to imagine a different future, and then to work out how to build it. And we are faced with a country where so many who were in the trenches with me and others have gone completely feral. Too many whom we had entrusted with that most precious thing called the vote are guilty of the most scandalous abuse through their chosen actions or sometimes through their choice not to act. Too many who have been tasked to serve have decided to abuse that to serve themselves. We are faced with a world where there is systematic and systemic destruction and dismantling of the values and institutions built to promote and protect freedom, social solidarity, equality, and the interdependence of human beings and nations. And we sit terrified and ask ourselves, what is to be done? Well, my sisters, I want to say to you, we are, I think, about 51%, so it varies 51, 53% of the population. Let us take up our rights and our responsibilities. We need to invoke examples of leaders like Feroza. Feroza fought for justice. Feroza fought for equality. Feroza fought for peace. Let us honor her. Let us celebrate her. Let us celebrate ourselves. Let us celebrate good women and men who stand for justice, freedom, equality, and peace for all. Mandla! Igama lama kosi kasi malibongwe. Igama lama kosi kasi malibongwe. Malibongwe.
Dr. Fobe. Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Igama lama kosi kazima libongwe. Igama lama kosi kazima libongwe. Photographer, where are you? If there's no photo, it did not happen. Come back. Photographer, where are you? Somebody take these beautiful photos as we do this. Natural carolers, we thank you. Okay, all right. Yes. This is coming to acknowledge and thank our very able, articulated, beautifully said keynote address, Ms. Cheryl Carolus. As the photos are being taken, we thank you, we acknowledge you. We are also giving for the Vice Chancellor, another woman, our anchor at the University of South Africa, who has ensured that despite all the public spats, attacks, everything, despite all the court cases, everything that happened, we are still standing and standing strong as women. Let's give her a round of applause. We are still here, VC. We admire, please don't go away, don't be shy and don't be modest. We admire your tenacity, both of you. VC, for now I'm speaking about VC. We admire your tenacity. You have stood strong. You have navigated and fought against entrenched practices of patriarchy to ensure as a university we are still standing. Many wondered whether you had what it takes and you are still standing. And we are here strong as Unisa. And the council has acknowledged you and said it believes in your leadership to give you another term. Mekerolas, women like you are also giving us and VC the strength to keep on keeping on, to keep on fighting the good fight and ensuring that women don't serve tea but lead institutions and lead big institutions like Unisa with a global footprint. We thank you both. Thank you and thank you and thank you. As I call Dr. Fobe to come and do her magic. Thank you, Dr. Fobe.
While we're waiting for the music, VC, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I just want to illustrate a very simple exercise, and I'd like us all to just close your eyes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a safe space. I'd like you to please close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, I'd like to ask two simple questions. Nobody looking around, it's a safe space. While your eyes are closed, who of us here have witnessed an incident of gender-based violence or femicide? Please stand. If you've seen somebody being beaten, if you know of somebody who died, a woman, a child, please stand. With your eyes still closed, who of us have family members or friends, neighbors, who have been victims or survivors of GBV? Please stand. Keep your eyes closed. This is a safe space. If you yourself, your mum, your sister were part of GBV, slapped through the face, minimized, please stand. Ladies, I'd like you to open your eyes. Look around the room. VC, I would say about 50%, if not 60% of us standing here. This is a simple demonstration. VC, our distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen. A simple demonstration which reflect how all of us are interconnected to GBV and femicide. And this is why it is important for us to understand how GBV experiences are entwined with patriarchal enactments manifesting in our homes, communities, societies, institutions, cultures, and traditions. It is for this reason, ladies and gentlemen, that I have titled my poem, Her Story Could Easily Have Been Our Story. You may be seated. You ready? While we're waiting for the music, I also just want to make one disclaimer. I know I look a little bit off on the one side, but it was due to an operation and not GBV. I have to also protect my husband.
Sound desk.
Are you ready, Walter? If you're not ready, I'll start the poem, and then you come in after. Her story could easily have been our story. She said no, as a powerful blow knocks her to the ground. Little eyes watch in fear. This brutality is anchored in a thunderous and unapologetic, "You mean nothing to me." Preparing for work, she carefully covers the bruises and puts on a brave face. This is to protect her against the unsympathetic stares, fake smiles, and insensitive whispers of her sisters who show no grace. She said no, but he silenced her by pulling her towards him, tearing her dress, shocked by his savageness. She's motionless as he continues to violate her person. Why? Questions you and I will never have hear the answers to. Their mutilated bodies, though blurred out, leave us speechless, as we cannot fathom the cruelty of child deaths at the hands of their parents. She said no, as social media bullies expose a nakedness, a dignity stripped, a bitter pill of this disrespect. She has to navigate his dirty games in this egocentric maze. Powerless to his persistent onslaught and dehumanization of her womanhood. Her invisible scars leave her broken. She feels like an imposter in her own skin for now. Everybody knows, everybody has seen, and the whole internet is abuzz. Levels of violence continue to grow against communities who are perceived to break or challenge gender norms. No one is spared from low-level catcalling, systemic discrimination, and harassment to physical attacks and ultimately murder. He mercilessly pulls the trigger. Bah! 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 Kill shots result in 3 fatalities. She screams, "No! No! No!" as she rushes to the lifeless bodies of her 3 children. Her biggest nightmare is realized by his arrogant claim, "You will remember this day for the rest of your life." I said, "No, Your Honor." But what did you do to aggravate him? Comes the narcissistic legal defense. Her story could easily have been our story. So as we listen carefully, let's not be ashamed of those familiar patterns and experiences, whether in our own lives or through transgenerational trauma. The reality is, her story is indeed our story. I thank you.
I don't understand, though the touch of your hand makes my pulse react. That only a thrill, the boy meeting girl, opposites attracts. It's physical, only logical. You must try to ignore, but it means more than that. Oh, what's love got to do with it? Got to do with it? What's love in a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are catching up on time, and I have been instructed that we should move straight to the panel discussion. May I invite the panelists? May I invite the discussants, rather. Reverend Bafana, may I invite you to come forth? As it takes, first let's clap for the poem. How could we? You know, how could we not acknowledge Dr. Forbey for what she has done, including the moment of silence? Let's acknowledge that she made us remember in the most poignant manner, with our eyes closed, that GBV affects most of us, whether it's something we have seen, have heard, or sometimes have been very, very close to our own household, our extended family, our community, and broader society. That was quite poignant. And as well as the poem that she gave us. We thank you, Dr. Forbey. We thank you most sincerely. As I call to the podium, and the ushers and young people, as you prepare the mics to bring them closer to us so that we can allow the discussant to be comfortable and speaking from here, may I call Ms. Yasmin Suka to come forward. Let's give her a round of applause as well. She's the Executive Director of International Truth and Justice Project. As I've mentioned before, a woman who's for many, many, many years been at the forefront of the struggle for human rights and ensuring that human rights are not only known about, but they're also realized in our lifetime. May I call forth Tanya Mulapo to also join? In the SRC, she's the chairperson of the Swan. Ooh, look at her. Hey, hey, young leaders. I'm telling you, showing us as well as of the not so young age how it's done. Tshwane Regional Office, Unisa, SRC. May I also call Mayor Karen Solomon to come forth and join. As I invite the roving mic to be available, when we'll start first with Reverend Kumalo. Is the roving mic close to me? So we'll go in that order. We'll go as each. You'll just give us each discussant, starting with Reverend Kumalo. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Reverend. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I stand on the established protocol. It is indeed a great pleasure for us as Sawit to be part of this august occasion. I would like to thank Unisa, especially the Unisa Women's Forum, for this meaningful relationship. Spanning a couple of years now, we're looking forward to many more years of this relationship. Apologies for our chair, Sis Togo Mpumluana, who is currently out of the country, and she sends her well wishes. I should have started by saying Happy Women's Month to all of you. Yes. Much as we celebrate women for the critical role that you play in our lives as leaders and as nurturers, we also need to acknowledge that there are still challenges that confront our countries in relation to the role that women can and should be playing. And I think Cheryl Carolas has really outlined a lot of these issues, and the VC did the same. Sadly, I want to suggest, colleagues, that history is never kind to women generally. It is thus enlightening that Unisa is showing leadership by creating these critical spaces to acknowledge the important role played by women in our society. Part of this recognition includes a day like today, when we commemorate the memory of Feroza Adam, a feminist and an activist, a former parliamentarian and a leader. Memory is a powerful tool that enables us to mark these historic moments in our lives and acknowledge the contributions of those who have gone before. As I think one of our erstwhile leaders once said, it is important to remember where you are from so that you do not repeat the mistakes of the past as you go forward. Part of this memorialization includes embellishing historical epochs and landmarks that have defined our history and heritage. In this respect, I would like for us to acknowledge the work of the gallant women who developed the seminal document, the Women's Charter, a document that was and still is very critical in our history of struggle and justice and equality. But as they say, history is often told from the side of the powerful, whatever that means. I'm saying this because in our history of struggle, as well the public narrative acknowledging our history in this country particularly, that other seminal documents which have shaped our new democracy are never acknowledged. We all know about the Freedom Charter, of course. We cherish it as an important document. I'm always amazed how in this recognition of this important document did we miss the Women's Charter, which precedes the Freedom Charter. Why is it that the powerful document is never referenced in our political discourse? I suspect it has something to do with patriarchy. Women's work and contribution is seldom publicly recognized and acknowledged. I often wonder as I read the two documents if the approach and framing of the Freedom Charter did not model itself after the Women's Charter. I suppose students of history will have to help us answer these questions as we seek to ensure that all these critical contributions are appropriately attributed and acknowledged. Cheryl spoke a bit about how we came about as a nation. It was not easy. You will all recall the CODESA processes, how they were almost derailed. But one of the stories that is not told about CODESA is that when CODESA started, when it started, it was almost a women's club. A men's club. In fact, many women who participated will tell you the men there expected them to do what Cheryl was talking about, to bring them tea. And in some instances, just to sit in the front row to look good on pictures without being meaningfully engaged. And it took women who challenged the leaders at the time, particularly our erstwhile leader, Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, women in the ANC who confronted him and said, women need space, not just to be around the CODESA discussions, but to be in the table and also participate and shape our future. I often wonder, what would have happened to our country if indeed the role of women in 94 and post, as we developed our 1996 constitution, the role of women was minimized? I'm almost certain that we most likely would not have had this comprehensive constitution that encompasses the values that are very important to us. And I think we should not minimize the role that women have played in shaping this constitution. I'm sure that we would not have had a gender commission. I'm sure that the values of non-sexism, of gender equality, of justice and dignity would have missed their space in this seminal document. But I do want to say we need, as we forge forward, to ensure that we strengthen allyship, which I myself have learned when I read the Women's Charter as a young man, which led me to do the work that I'm doing. Because that charter, I want to urge you to go back and read it. It had a very important statement as it concludes. It said, side by side with men, we will ensure that we advance to the country that we are shaping. And so there's a need that indeed men are not let off the hook to simply sit and make decisions by themselves, but we are held accountable for the role that we play in society. The past speaker has just reminded us of one of the major challenges we have in this country, that of gender-based violence. And I do think that in this allyship that I'm advancing, we do need to ensure how do we as men hold each other accountable? Because those people who violate women are not other women in this instance. In many instances, as we all know, women are violated by people who claim to love them, who claim to care for them, and yet end up doing their dastardly deeds. Just a few days ago, a policeman, it's a very strange story, and there are many of these strange stories in our country. celebrating a birthday party of the girlfriend, for some strange reason, decides to call her aside, takes out his weapon, shoots her, shoots the brother, and shoots himself. We really have a lot on our plate. If we are to enjoy and commemorate the legacy of stalwarts like Feroza Adam, we need to really ensure that we turn the tide against gender-based violence, so that indeed those values that are enshrined in our Constitution can be meaningful for women as well. And this legacy must be translated into the lives of our children. We need to develop a culture that says to our youth, the future, yes, is in your hands, but it is a future that is embraced with dignity, non-sexism, and equality. Embrace it and run with it. I thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, and thank you very much to Unisa, Women's Forum, and Saweed, and for all of the women who put today's event together. Today on Women's Day, as we remember the role played by women of courage who brought us here, we also celebrate the life of Feroza Adam, not just a name in history books, but a young woman whose energy, laughter, determination still echo even 31 years after she left us. I have worked in many, many countries, post-conflict countries in the world, and the role played by the women you see around this table over here, the fact that we are all beneficiaries of the equality clause in the Constitution, the fact that every party has to have a third of the names on their party lists being women, it got us a foot in the door into not just parliament and into leadership, but into almost every institution that is a public one in South Africa. And that has been an inspiration for many women in other countries. For instance, the women in Liberia who were left out of the peace talks, they actually bought their own plane tickets and they flew to Accra and they demanded that, like the women in the ANC who brought other women of other political parties together, that they should have a place at the table and they should participate in the peace talks. The women in the DRC did the same. It was really interesting that the men in the DRC came to negotiate their peace process at Sun City. And so the women, in fact, came, they locked them in the room, they locked the doors and refused to allow them out until the men allowed them that space. And the notion of one third, I mean, people say, oh, it should be 50%, but yeah, you have to start somewhere. And at an international level, women's, that right to have representation is now enshrined in all of the documentation at an international level. And it gives women that foot in the door that they need. And that is because of the role that has been played by the women in South Africa. And we should never allow people to take us back. Feroza, of course, was fearless. But her courage wasn't just about confronting apartheid. It was also about insisting that women's voices mattered and that a new South Africa had to be non-racial and non-sexist. And she said, as Cheryl quoted, it's important for us to unite women committed to a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic South Africa. But she also said, freedom means nothing if women live in fear. And I think when we heard the poem by Dr. Forbey, women in our country do live in fear. more than 50% of the women who are here today have experienced gender-based violence in some form or the other. And so those lived experiences continue to dehumanize us and in fact to ensure that we don't live with dignity. And so these are issues that we need to look at. But, you know, the thing I remember about Feroza the most was she was fashionable. She had this hair that sort of floated all over, dangling earrings. And when she could, she would sneak in a Camel cigarette if nobody else was watching. And she loved to dance. And she said nothing about freedom meant that you couldn't dance and enjoy life. And I think that's what we also need to remember about her. But, you know, I ask myself the question, what would she be doing about a range of things? She was a feminist long before it was safe or popular to be one. And she wouldn't tolerate the war on women's bodies and the lives that, in fact, continue today. And she would have demanded that our leaders treat gender-based violence as the national emergency that it is, not with words, but with real change. She reminded us that freedom for women is meaningless if we live in fear, in our homes, in our streets, and in our workplaces. And she reminded us that our struggle for justice was also a struggle for joy, for connection, for life itself. And, you know, Cheryl talked about the fact that there are many things that are being obliterated before us. The global world order has been upended. Under international law, apartheid was declared a crime against humanity. And in fact, that's what made it possible for us to win this struggle. Activism in our own country, the struggle that people took up against an unjust regime, but it was also about the commitment of many regional governments and many international governments who ensured that apartheid was declared that crime. But you know, one of the most important aspects of international law is what we call the laws of war, the protection of people who are civilians, women and children. And today, that is completely upended when you look at what is happening in Palestine, in Gaza, and in Sudan. In fact, as at today, you have more than 280,000 women and children who have been killed over the last few months. They are being starved, they are being deprived of medication, all of which amount to crimes against humanity. And yet you see the leadership of Israel being able to go freely and travel freely across the world. In Sudan, more than 100,000 women and children have been displaced in the last few weeks. And they are starving, they are dying of hunger. And yet the world is standing by and watching. And so a question for me is, what would Feroza have done? In our own country, for instance, protesters have been protesting against corporations that in fact are part of sending money to Israel, because that money is being used in the war against ordinary civilians. And so one of those companies actually secured an interdict in the last 5 days to stop those protesters, because he didn't like the fact that it was affecting the sales in his store. And so that's another lesson for us. Part of our struggle was about boycott and protest. How many of you remember the Roundtree's boycott when over Christmas none of us bought chocolates or ate chocolates? And that was part of the activism that was happening in our country at the time. And so I think that that's the other message that Feroza preached, solidarity. that your struggle was the struggle of everybody who was struggling against injustice and oppression. And I think for us, you know, if we want to remember her, then of course it's really important that we take the cudgels up for the other struggles against oppression which are taking place all over the world, because we are beneficiaries and we should never forget it. We are beneficiaries of a struggle that was being won. We can sit here today. We can say what we like. We don't go to prison. We're not detained unlawfully. The courts, in fact, defend our rights, and we should never undermine or not appreciate that. And that is due to the fact that you had people like Feroza, and we need to remember that. There's a story from Feroza's life that stays with me. A close friend of hers recalls that on the night before she got married, and that was a year after Feroza's passing, she and her friends raised a toast to Feroza. And as she was in the room, the song, "If I Had a Hammer," which was the unofficial anthem on the long road trips that were being made, came on the radio. A song really played on South African stations. And she believed that it was Feroza's way of saying, I'm here, even though I'm not there in person. And I'm still asking you all to hammer away at the worlds of injustice, still urging others to build the future that she dreamed of. And so, as we celebrate Women's Day, we need to pick up the hammer. We need to build a South Africa that is free from corruption, from hunger, from violence, and from inequality. This is the sad truth about South Africa. And I think something we should remember when people go to America and say that they are being oppressed and that there's a genocide being carried out against them. Actually, when you look at the lives of those who were the beneficiaries of apartheid, not much has changed. They still own the land. They still get their pensions. They never really paid the price for what was regarded as a crime against humanity. And yet our people have not been able to access our economy properly. Poverty and inequality remain at one of the highest levels in the world. And so until we are able to address that, we can never truly be free. Because it's not just about doing things. But remember we used to say, how could they say they didn't know about apartheid and what apartheid was doing to us? And that's going to be a question that the next generation will pose to us. How can you say that you didn't know about the violence against women? What did you actually do to stop that? And what did you do in your own way to deal with the poverty and inequality that remains, I think, an atrocity in our country? But this is also a joyful day. And, you know, I think it's Emma Goldman, who is a really amazing feminist. She said, if I can't dance, I don't want to be part of your revolution. And that's what one should remember about Feroza, that dancing was as much a part of the struggle as it was about taking up the struggle against injustice. And that's what we need to do today, to dance, to sing, to laugh, and to remember that we are incredibly privileged to be here. So thank you to Unisa's Women Forum and all of the women who've made it possible for us to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would first like to extend my gratitude to the Unisa Women's Forum, Sawid, esteemed guests, colleagues, and all phenomenal women who are gathered here today. Good morning. Molweni. Dumelang. I'm deeply humbled to be part of this conversation that not only recognizes women who have made an impact in this institution, but also recognizes the ongoing struggles that we face as women in these spaces that we occupy. Allow me to begin, it's a sad day. Allow me to begin by paying tribute to a young woman whose story was ended too soon. So we lost one of our own this week. Miss Bongekile Day, who was a final year student doing nursing at our Mthatha campus, was brutally murdered by her boyfriend in what we can only describe as a horrific act of gender-based violence. And Bongekile was not just a student, she was a healer in the making. She was going to be a nurse. She was a leader in her own right, and a woman whose future was stolen by the same system that fails us every day. And one thing I've realized about these killings, these beatings of women, is that whenever I read the posters that are made, it's women, young women who are still studying, young women who are young doctors, young women who are professors, young women. So this just tells me that these people kill the women because they are intimidated by the power that they possess. Men kill us because they are jealous. It's no longer about that we provoke them by how we dress or how we talk. They kill us because they are intimidated by us. And it's sad, it's very sad. So, as we speak today of her story, let us not forget that some women were never given a chance to finish theirs. And may her soul rest in eternal peace. May her name never be forgotten. Thank you. This year's theme, HerStory, Navigating and Resisting Entrenched Change, speaks directly to the lived experiences of many of us, especially as women in institutions that are still learning us, institutions that are still yet to hear us and to value us. Yes, the world has changed, but not equally and not for all of us. As a young woman in this space, as a young leader, as a young activist, and as a young professional, we are often told that doors are open for us. But the same doors that we are told are open for us are doors that have conditions. You must not be too loud. You must not be too radical. You must not disrupt too much. But honestly, disruption is the birthplace of transformation. And when I'm looking at these things, I'm leading in an institution where there's our Prof. Linkabula, Me Mahanu, or Dr. P. So I'm still going to defy everything that was said of men. And as Feroza Adam taught us, silence is not safety, it is surrender, and we must never surrender. So when we ask, how do we resist entrenched change? Number one, we name it. We call it what it is. Entrenched change is patriarchy, sexism, elitism, racism. Us naming it gives us power over it. Number two, we build alliances. No woman must walk alone. Intergenerational solidarity is key. The struggle of us young women must be guided by the wisdom of those who are already seasoned. Or Prof. Mahani, or Meng Kosazana, and all those women who have made it big and showed us that it is possible. Number three, we must occupy spaces unapologetically, from the classrooms to the courtrooms, from the streets to the seats of power. We must show up and show them who we are. We rewrite the rules. If the system was not built for us, then let us not demand access. We must redesign it. We must invest in each other as women. Mentorship, recognition, and visibility are how we turn resistance into a legacy. Okay. Thank you. But Feroza, whose legacy we honor today, reminds us that true leadership is not about comfort. It is about conviction. And her story is a reminder that change must be intentional, and that we must resist any version of change that keeps us divided, that keeps us quiet, and that keeps us invisible as women. Feroza's work has taught us that women do not need permission to lead, or to speak, or to fight for justice. Her story is a reminder that change is intentional, and we must take up every space, even the space that was never designed for us. And today, as we celebrate Unisa's women that are trailblazers in leadership, service, resilience, and activism, we say to you, thank you for showing us what courage looks like in motion. To bomme today, whether you are leading in the front or you're fighting back across, or let me say behind the scenes, know this: your story is part of her story, and her story is still being written. If the generation of our Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma and our VC fought with less resources, fought with great courage, and fought with fewer rights, with our education, then we can surely fight the entrenched equality with even greater courage. Her story is still being written, and it demands our pen. So, in closing, I'm saying we are not just resisting entrenched change, we are dismantling it, brick by brick. We are doing it together, across generations, across identities, and across struggles. Because power is not in what we endure, it is in transformation. We are not just part of the change, we are the change. Thank you, Galabo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed hosts and guests, dignitaries, powerhouses. Everything up to this point has reminded me that we never know how good a day can be, right? And we think we're in control, and we think we know what's going to happen, but some days just surpass our expectations. So this is this is a phenomenal day. My name's Kgorong. You can call me Kay. You can call me anything. I'm 51, man. I have nothing to lose. I'm also highly introverted, so I may or may not respond. No, I'm just kidding. I find this theme very pertinent to, I think, a bit of a mindset shift that I found myself making in being an author, being a writer, being a ghostwriter, and also a very recent, quite serious medical diagnosis. I'm always that overachiever. At school, they used to put me in the row that they didn't know. Am I an A or a B or a maybe? I was always there. But I'm catching up. And so I got hospitalized, and I thought I had a tummy bug, and it turned out to be something quite serious. And it has changed the way I think about everything. About my story, about purpose, about what I'm meant to do in this lifetime, outside of all the noise. And I think today I'm encouraging all of us, sitting and standing, to think about our story. not living out someone else's version of the story, if that makes sense. So I work in neuroscience, I work in leadership, so I understand a little bit about brain science and so forth. But many of us have been living the same day over and over again for decades, forgetting that our decisions have momentum. And we are always one decision away from a whole new reality. And many of the people in this room and the pioneers before us have proven that you make the decision to say, I don't want version 2.0 of where I come from, I want something completely different. And so I'm learning to not just go for resilience, because what does resilience say? I'm in a shape, something happens, I'm stressed, something in the environment is challenging me, I'm doing everything in my power to process the stress and then go back to where I was. That's the definition of resilience. I'm challenging us today to take our story to the next level. It's called anti-fragility. So that is, I've got the shape, something rocks my world, and us girls, we do it with music, man. Mm-hmm. We can be stressed and still look pretty good, right? Yeah. And we can multitask while we're stressing. Have you checked out our species? Yeah, we can compartmentalize while we're changing the world. So then we can go through the stress, but with a little bit of consciousness, you can come out with spikes on the other side. Now that's pretty cool, because that's what changes the world. Is that challenge enough? Because this is the thing I've learned about our story. Unless you understand who you are and what you are here to do, someone is going to write your story. And they are going to add masala. Those of us that never quite mastered punctuation are going to punctuate your sentences with their grade R, PhD punctuation, so that it's going to sound different. It's probably not going to be your story. But until we stand up and say, can I please give you my version of the truth? I don't care if you're comfortable or not. I'm not asking you to be comfortable. That's the mistake we make, and that's my challenge today around us changing the narrative, not on the big stages, in the small conversations. I do a lot of work with leadership development, youngsters, and they're 13, 14, 19, but the words that come out of their mouth, it's not their words. It's a perpetuation of a story that someone told them that I can tell you. They don't understand it yet. But they're ready. So I've got to tell 13 and 14-year-old boys, but you don't possess that girl. What are you even talking about? She's my woman. What? Your prefrontal cortex that gives you emotional intelligence is not even fully formed before 25. But she's your woman. Sometimes I say to them, gents, let's take it outside. Let's have the conversation. They're like, yo, I'm okay. But I said, not yet. You're not ready. But here's my challenge. Then I have to have a similar conversation with a lady to say, but you're also not a possession. Because if we're giving up our power, we can't go and fight for it afterwards. You can't be the queen and then the side chick of the opposition. You have to pick a side. If that makes sense. So my challenge to us is those of us that have fought to be where we are, how do we influence that conversation? Firstly, in our own minds. I don't know if you are familiar with it. I hope it doesn't happen in this room. But there's this tendency now in discourse where people will present an idea, or they will respond to a challenge, or they will position a perspective. Brilliant, well thought out, beautifully researched, fantastically articulated. And then they end the sentence with, that's just my 2 cents. Are you kidding me? Or I could be wrong. Or it's just a stupid suggestion. I'm saying you got dressed beautifully by yourself. You navigated Joburg traffic nogal, where people drive with hazards, not indicators, to come into a room that you fought to be a part of, to ask a stupid question. We've got to fix the narrative. We've got to say, I have a perspective on. I'd like to hear more from you. Or can we work together on this? Can we collaborate? But it's like a spiritual backspace. You're saying, you take a stand, you've prayed about it, thought about it, really thought about it hard, and then you backspace it, you neutralize the very thing that you're putting forward. I challenge us to say that can't be progress then. If that makes sense. I'm a ghostwriter also. Do I look like a Casper? Could be a Casper. I don't know how good I would look in white, but I'm a ghostwriter, and often people say to me, what story would I tell? Would it be interesting? And that's how we block ourselves. That's how we block our own progress. I'm saying we don't write books to read to ourselves before we sleep at night. No. You're writing your story to leave it in the world. It is a legacy. Each of us standing and sitting in this room has a skill, a talent, a gift, and experience that billions of people are still going to need in the future. That's all it is. And once we detach from the outcome, and the people need to applaud, and it needs to be fabulous, we actually enjoy the process, if that makes sense. So I learned a few things from writing and from rewriting my story. I was raised in a home where I was pretty much told who to be and handsomely rewarded for it. Have you noticed how our society loves compliance? Children should be seen and not heard. Girls should do these types of careers. I mean, I'm 51 years old. I decided before the age of 10 I don't want to be married and I don't want to have children. If I go home to Cape Town now, I can tell you what my aunts are going to say. Oh, shame, he's out there. Sounds a bit stalkerish to me. He's out there, it's not too late, they say. In Afrikaans, elke pot het 'n deksel. Every pot has a lid. And I'm like, high five AMC Classic, and throw in some Tupperware on the side. But there's this idea that unless you have a man or a husband, you're not quite a woman. Forget the fact that I don't have children. How many years, what would it take for us to change that story? And I guess one of my biggest challenges to that, and Masuka and I were speaking earlier in the room, is I work with victims of abuse and sexual abuse and so forth. We are still covering it up. We want to everyone must come and save us. The church, the police, the counselors, the corporates. But we're smearing it. We're saying, oh, well, it happens in their home, the gender-based violence, it's not our issue. What are we doing? We've been doing this for 100 years. My question has moved from so what to what will it take? And we don't have to do big stuff. Something I learned during COVID is, we survived COVID, right? That 21 days, the stories they told me. 21 days, 700 days, we were still at it. But I learned in the silence, when it gets really quiet, and we stop being busy, and we stop rushing from task to task. And as women, we multitask, so we probably do 35 times more than the average person just to get through it. But I confronted myself and I said, if I make it through this pandemic with my lungs and things intact, what will be different? Would I just say, okay, we're off oxygen, let's do more of the same? Or do I say there's more to you? Because 8 billion of us on the planet, 8 billion unique assignments. That's pretty awesome. And yet society almost hypnotizes us to be like others. We human adults have this desperation to recruit people to their way of thinking. And that's okay if the way of thinking is going to change the world, like many of the stalwarts in this room. But if that way of thinking is causing us to regress, please, I challenge us. Let's just say, that is interesting, I have a different view. Or that is informative, I have a different experience. I see my world and the world of the children coming to be different, and have the courage. Sometimes silence is courage. I'm learning that. I write books. I can write thousands of words about a lot of things. The older I get, the more I'm learning sometimes being quiet is power. Sometimes just throwing the question in the room, you don't need to have the answer, is power. In the 21st century, if everyone has the answers to every question, we're already behind the competition. Because what brought us here isn't going to take us forward. So we just have to embrace the vulnerability to say we don't know yet. We know it's going to be awesome when we get there, but we don't know yet. So in closing, my challenge is to say, what are those unlocked prisons that we are still loitering in? Is it a confidence? Is it a relationship? Is it a mindset? Is it a piece of indoctrination that is just so comfortable that we feel, we'll get out of it one day? Or do we realize that the future is 1 second from now? Not 5 years, not 10 years, not 15 years. So many of us suspend our joy. We say, I will live fully when I've retired. Have you seen how SARS comes before you come to your pension? They're quick. They're quick. That number your accountant had a conversation with you about is not the number. Or when my kids are grown, or when my grandkids have graduated, or when I've changed address, or when I've had at least 2 international holidays. That's not how the future works. The future says, what do I need to interrogate and disrupt right now? I might not know the T's and C's, I might not know the mechanics or the nuts and bolts of how to do it, but that's where fellowship and collaboration and alliances come in. To say, I know someone who's actually 10 times smarter at this thing than I am, but I know her, I know people. If someone asks me, Jay, what was the highlight? I will say, I made tea for Cheryl Carolus, just so you know. And if you are struggling with the seat at the table dilemma, this is me. Not bragging, just reporting. I'm in good company today, but seriously, to encourage all of us to proofread our stories. Those of us that write or write poetry or do art or do public speaking, we always look at the glory. Don't know when last you've been on TikTok or YouTube. It's always the edited version. We're like, yo, that person's good. They did 50 takes, man, of that thing and 15 filters. Come on. And then we say, oh, they were born like that. We were born for greatness, but we did the work. So proofread your story. Don't just hand out your manuscript to people who are not qualified to give feedback on how your story ends. Someone said earlier, we are still writing the story. And I don't know about you, but mine is just getting good. Because at our age, we don't apologize anymore. I said to my brother the other day, he says to me, why are you like this? Before you would have just done this thing for... I said, I have weaponized my brain scan. I have holes in my brain. I don't have to say yes to everything. Expensive, ne? Expensive arsenal. But you don't need to have an incurable disease like I do. Just embrace your greatness. Embrace your empathy with standards. We call it boundaries. And conserve your energy for the things that really, really matter. And the planet will thank you for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, panelists. Let's give each one of them a round of applause. Okay, we start with the Reverend. His round of applause. Yasmin. Student leadership. Kay. Thank you and thank you and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just purely because of time, Just purely because of time, will you indulge us, sound people? That we skip the Q&A. Thank you so much. And therefore, and because they spoke so well anyway, we have a lot to digest from what they've told us. Varying degrees, from the lack of recognition of the Women's Charter to the historical, and a lot more about Feroza that we didn't know, and the human rights and the legality issues around that. From the young women inspiring us to say that, yeah, we need to do more, and about ghostwriting and how we need to stand for ourselves. Let's give a final round of applause. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. As we, wait, are we giving them just 2 seconds? Yeah. We are presenting you with flowers, with appreciation. It's not a spa treatment measurer. I heard you. But flowers. We've been here receiving wisdom, nourishment, beautiful contributions. As we take a photograph with Reverend and giving him his flowers as well. Thank you. As we give flowers to Mayor Yasmin, Executive Director of International Truth and Justice Project, as she receives her flowers in her lifetime. Yes, absolutely. As we give to Ms. Tanya Mulapo, Chairperson of Tshwane Regional Office of the Unisa SRC, the future of women leadership is in good hands. Do we agree? Yes. As we present flowers to community leader Mackay, as she prefers to be called, do you want to step closer so you also have your moment in photography? Those who know me, I always say if there's no photo, it did not happen. We thank you. We thank you, dear panelists. Thank you. Okay, Chair wants to also take, Mayor Prof. Mbata wants to come forward for a group photo with the panelists while they're enjoying their photos, their flowers, and we also are digesting the beautiful words that they've given us this morning. Thank you. Women's Forum with the discussants. I keep calling them panelists. Thank you. As we then move to the cultural item that Dr. Fobe has informed me about, the arts group, thank you, as they are being acknowledged coming down the steps. Thank you. Thank you. I wish I could hug each one of you. Thank you. The next item coming forth, they're ready. Okay. Thanks. Yes, as they come to the fore, looking gorgeous. wow, 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 wow. Halala, halala. Yo, today we are being serenaded. Today we're discussing difficult topics. We're discussing things that are sometimes too close to home. And we saw powerful cultural presentation that, without saying a word, said a lot. Wow, wow, wow. Women's Forum, we are pleased. Dr. Forbade and team and Dr. Gwen and others and the chairperson. Yo. I've received a note here that says Greenside High School Arts and Drama is known for taking first prize at FIDA. Please forgive me for not knowing what that stands for. And have received national awards and recognition for their performances. And we have seen just that. Whoa. Such skill, such talent, such excellence, the way they performed. You can tell that they are not relying only on their talent, but they also rehearse. And they rehearse. And it showed. Let's give them another round of applause. Beautiful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our Vice Chancellor, as we know, she gets called to matters of national importance happening. For those that are watching the press, Unisa has been asked by the presidency to run the national dialogue, and there's a lot happening in the nation regarding the national dialogue. And obviously, because Unisa has announced that it will be the venue, right? Let's be clear. We've accepted the call to provide the premises. And when these matters play out on a national stage, people are asking, Unisa, didn't you say you are hosting the national dialogue? What's happening? We are receiving all manner of statements. I'm just saying so you understand. When she's walking in and out of the room, there are matters that she has to attend to. And it's not because she does not value what's going on, is because as a leader of the institution, she would be asked questions that she must answer to. And such is the nature of leadership, ladies and gentlemen. As we move our Women's Forum, I think let's proceed to the presentation of the awards. She will come back. Let's move to the presentation of the awards. Chair and Deputy, can I hand over to you? As they're getting ready. So the Feroza Adam lecture is often combined with a presentation of awards to Unisans, to women in leadership at the University of South Africa that have played a significant role and are being awarded by the Women's Forum. Professor Kangile Mbatha and Dr. Msembezi Malele, are you ready?
Yes, it will be Dr.
Dr. Danke. Dr. Sizakele Matlabe. Okay, as I sit down for you to manage this part of the program. Oh, Professor. Yes, I'm being corrected here. Oh, Professor Kanyisi Lembata. I know. Are you ready now?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Do you need a mic?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, because.
But you need to announce each. But you need to announce each person as they receive an award, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll sit down now and hand over to you.
Okay. Let me just open.
May I? Please.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen,
But when you are not supposed to be here.
when we do the presentations to the award winners, I would like our Vice Chancellor is not here, so in her absence, if you could have Mayor Cheryl Carolus also on the stage, please, and our delegation from the panelists. I'm just thinking how we can do that.
No, but when we are not supposed to be here, remember, because we are getting an award. We are getting an award.
Next to the panelists, if you could go on the stage. Just follow this. Yeah. Stand in front of this.
This list. Sorry, this list. Where is the list? Where is the list? Sakeli, may I please have a list? Yeah? No, the list. Sorry, the list with the categories.
This is the category, and those are the names.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are here to give the awards to the women of Unisa that have excelled in different categories. And the ladies that will be called, I think, I don't know whether all of them are here. For the ones that are not here, we will reserve their awards and their certificates. But I will call all of them accordingly, and the ones that are not here, then we will reserve, because some of them, they didn't indicate whether they are coming or not. But we are here to celebrate the excellency, the resilience, and the partnership of women, because we have to remember that on your own you cannot work well, but with others you will excel. Thank you. And then the first category, I think they will be shown on the side here. Okay. The first one that I'm calling is Dr. Enid Manyaku Pitswana. Is she in? I talked to her though. Oh, there she is. No. I tried to communicate with all of them, and I didn't indicate. I was just communicating, not indicating why I am communicating with you. Okay, my dear, come this side. Okay. The next colleague in the same category, transformative leadership, it's Patience Tembega Bapama, who is the former ESCO UWF member. Thank you very much for what you did for us to be here today. Didn't tell you to. I just asked questions. Okay. No, for the Peter. Yeah. The last one in the same category, transformative leadership, it's Dr. Pumza Asohe Maureen Mahatlo Kuno. Is the customer service Batupili. The first one that will be called, not because she's the best, but all of them, they've done well. It's Miss Tiny Matume Zimu. Tiny, are you with us? it looks as if she's not here. And then the next one is Miss Nolubabalo, Miss Nolonwabo Kotina. Are you in? Come this side, Sis Nolonwabo. Yeah. Thank you. The next one is Miss Olga Lindiwe Khomo. Lindiwe Khomo, are you in? I think she's not in. The next one is Rosina Mary Libucho. Libocho. Colleagues, apologies if I butcher your name or your surname. Please forgive me. Oh, is she here? Okay. Miss Sisepe Anna Malaka, which means the people that nominated them never communicated with them. Yeah, Sisepe Anna Malaka, not here. Miss Nompumelelo Matebula. The next one is Miss Elizabeth Queen Mkari. The next one in the same category of customer service Batupili, Paulina Makekolo Mnisi. Francina Mukhalane. Raisibe Sophie Mukhale. Mukhale. Kidiboni Gladness Moja. The next one is Elisa Rifilwe Mukwele. Lydia Tinanyubo Munzezi. Dikeledi Letitia Mzizi. Lydia Martha Kokochi Nene. Petronella Nkwana. Ramadimetsa Elizabeth Tetla. Trying. Nkateko Patience Nwamba. Zanele Mislani. Zanele Mislani is the last winner in the category of customer service Batuki. The next category is community service. The first winner in this category, we have 3. It's Mapodi Reni Tlometsane. The next one is Nancy Songo. Oh, she's not here. No, but you put this one in the wrong place. It's not a problem. Yeah. Colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, now I'm about to give the award, which we call Feroza Award. And we title it Advocacy and Promotion of Women's Rights. And the person that won that one she is a doctor. She is a newly qualified doctor. She graduated in the last graduations that we had, which were in autumn. We know her. She was the member of the ESCO of the forum, of the Unisa Women's Forum, because she has highly communicated, she is highly committed with many activities. In her new role, she decided to step down. But we are giving her this award, and she is Dr. Trudy Rhoda Fope.
It's my one eye.
But we know you. Colleagues, we are done with the awards, and thank you very much. The winners, please come and collect the scrolls for your certificates. They are here, but for the photos, yeah, okay, but for the photos, we couldn't use the scrolls. The scrolls, you'll put them later. Okay. That's good.
I need to be taller. Okay, as they take the photograph, group photo on the side, we congratulate you yet again. for being nominated by your colleagues and for being awarded accordingly. And for those also who were awarded in absentia, we congratulate them as well. And ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, after we receive the photos, we will proceed with the food. This is still held up, but she says it's okay, we can eat. We will proceed with the food immediately after the photographs. But please don't go away. We do also have another item after, when this is back. So the photos are being taken. Very good. The entertainer, okay. I'll call him. Okay. Thanks. Spaces, so yeah. As we want the faces to be seen in the photo, okay. As they are finishing, I'm calling to come to the podium our male musician, Mr. Kagiso Munyaye, to get ready.
Forgive our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, the glory, heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, the glory forever.
We are no longer going to be going outside to look for entertainers when you have such internal talent at Unisa. Let's give him a round of applause. Wow, 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 wow. Wednesday, we needed someone also to serenade us at the nuclear event, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty event. We struggled. We didn't know that we have such great talent internally. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to proceed to food. When the VC is back, we do have an item in her presence that we'd like to render. I'm going to invite the table first here. We have food on both sides. Please come back and eat inside because we do have that item when VC is here. She says we can proceed to eat because she's held up. So we'll start with this table as is being led by Dr. Forbey. To food. May I ask that this side from those tables that way, if you can go to that food station, it just makes it easier for us to manage the room. And then from here to that side, may we go to that side of the food station, please. Thank you. Let's enjoy lunch and digest the beautiful presentations of this morning and the performances and the words. But let's get the food, come back inside, eat in here, and then we will have an item with the Vice Chancellor when she is back. Thank you, and thank you again. Them with some token of appreciation, and we're asking them to come forward. We'll take the order as it happened. We'll take first the Reverend Bafana to receive his photograph, his gift and photograph. Unfortunately, Mayor Yasmin Suka needed to leave early. She had another engagement to go. The photo is taking place. There is proof that they were here. There is a photo to prove it. They were here, they spoke, they received, and there's a photo to prove it. As we move to Mike Hay, the young one will come last. Miss Solomon, we take you next. I know. Okay, the photos are being handed. Please, I'm being jealous. Please turn them around so Unisa, where it's written Unisa can show. I'm jealous about our brand. Beautiful. Let's take a photograph. Yes, beautiful. Thank you. We're giving the photo and we've acknowledged Mayor Solomon. And now we get Nemlapo. Young leadership. Yes, the young leader is receiving a photograph, and we also get Reverend Bafana to also Kumalo to receive his photo and have his own moment of fame, receiving a gift, our small token of appreciation. And then we want them all together, the panelists. Yes? Prof is joining. The photograph is being presented, being taken. The photos are being taken. Yes, and I also want.
One, two. Can I ask you?
May I have the one written PL, please? I get them from the office, but thank you so much. I'm just watching whether everyone is getting their own. I'm watching to see if everyone is receiving their cupcake. The cupcakes are being delivered on the tables. There are more at the back. I want all of us to do a toast for the VC. We'll toast with a cupcake. Let's get all of us get our own cupcake. Well, we're going to vote to toast our VC. No, not that cupcake. Meant to Luena. She says to me, not the Ramaphosa cupcake, a different cupcake. You guys, I didn't know Osto to saw. Okay, I'll just say cakes. I won't say cup. I'll just say cake to play it safe. To be politically correct, I'll just say cake. Has everyone received their cake? Not yet. This side, please let them have their cake as well. Okay. I'll announce may I have the one I'll toast with? Lebogang. She's here. Bring me my cake. Yeah. Thanks. Oh, Askis. Okay, are we all ready? Do we all have our cake in hand? Yes, I'm gonna put it here. It must be very visible on the video. I want the PL to show, or the VC. The others say VC, the others say PL, right? So, oh, beautiful, even better. I get it. Yes. So I will toast to VC's health, to health, to VC's health, to health, right? To VC's strength, to VC's tenacity, to continued beautiful leadership, to even more success for Unisa, Thank you. We may all eat, because it's not drinking. Let's have in her honor, her birthday that we celebrate.
Colleagues, can you be seated so that I can do the last item? Nisacela nishaye izandla nisishayele for being here until this time of the day. Ngicela nililizele, this was a celebration. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Thong for driving this ship. Thank you very much for all the job that you have done. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the sign language interpreters. We had Miss Ngobile Mutlweni, Miss Nonhlanhla Skakane, Miss Ula Danshin, and Miss Nicole Dutoit. Thank you very much for everything that you did today for us. We also want to thank Dr. Mamjoro Palatsi Shulubane for the meditation. She reminded us that we need to be grounded. It doesn't matter what you believe in, but we need to ground yourself in this with prayer or whatever that you believe in. Thank you. We also want to thank the VC for the warm welcome. We were behind time, but she tried her best to give us the most important points in the speech. She also reminded us that as we get promoted as women, we occupy leadership position. It is important that we practice the spirit of Ubuntu. And also remember that the emancipation agenda is not yet over. We still need to fight for that space. In her speech, she also challenged women, students, academics, and every woman in the society and out there that let us practice transformative leadership in the spaces that we are leading. So also the VC and the other speakers that spoke after her, they also talk about the problem that comes with the patriarchal society that we live in, or the patriarchal system that we live in, that we need to fight on daily basis to prove that we are worth to lead in the leadership spaces. We also had Ms. Cherry Carlos, who is a feminist and the activist and a former ambassador, who also reminded us about the days that she spent with Feroza Adam that we are celebrating today. She told us that Feroza Adam was also a feminist. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, you are aware that at Unisa, we have the feminist Busadi theorization as one of our niche areas. But today, we did not just end about theorizing it, we put it into practice. We heard the ladies, the women who walk the walk before us, telling us about their hardships in order that we are today enjoying. They also reminded us about the challenges that women are still facing in today's day and age. Like we were also reminded about the women who had to go to parliament to fight for us. Today we are enjoying their freedom. That we must also remember that it is not yet over. We still need to do a part in that fight. We also had our young leadership from the SRC who reminded us about the painful story of one of our students who has just passed away because in the hands of her lover. We also had the students from Greenside High School Cultural Dance who were telling a story. They were quiet, but if we were watching, observing the play, they didn't say any words, but they were talking about the GBV that we are faced with. In that play, you could also see how the victims get affected by the GBV. So we all have a contribution
in this room to change the narratives and also empower women out there. Then we also told about how we are seen through how women are seen through the patriarchal framework, that we are just seen as women, people who belong in the kitchen. We are more than that. There's a lot that you can do. If you can look at the women who marched to the parliament and those who are sitting in parliament who are talking on our behalf, there's a lot also that we can contribute. Thank you very much for being here, and also want to thank the panelists about telling us about the struggles. The GBV issue is still here to stay. We still need to do a lot. We also had Ms. Kay, who told us that it is important for all of us sitting here to write our own stories. Because if you give somebody your story, they will end up not presenting you the way you want to be presented. So today I am challenging all of you that let us start doing something that can bring change in our societies. Remember, you can start at a small space that you are in before you are known in the whole world or in the whole society. So therefore, it is important that we all do that. So it is also important to disrupt the norm that we are having about how we're supposed to carry ourselves and how we're supposed to behave, because society tells us how a woman is supposed to behave. But it is important to understand that we have a constitution that is protecting us. So whatever we do, we must make sure that we are not oppressing another person, but we are just creating comfortable spaces where we can all lead. The space is big. We can also do something in our small spaces. Thank you very much for being here. As the Unisa Women Forum, we want to wish you a nice weekend. Travel safely as we are going back to your destination. We'll meet again next year. Thank you.
you.